Hello, good morning. And let's see, I'm just doing my tweet thing. Let's see, CodeSandbox, blah blah blah. Let's see, tweet, doop, and retweet to web development now. Cool. Okay, nice. So, what did we do yesterday? I can't quite remember. I think we wrapped up the notification stuff. Yeah. So the state of the collaboration fixes is that I just merged from the picture process side of things. I merged, and we now have utility approach on dealing with editors. So now we have a new version that we are going to add to our client. What's it called? Our client repo. And let's jump into the web editor. We're going to update that and remove some stuff because we're going to import it from, let's see, package.json. So we depend on, wow, that's an old version. Or let's see, is that, let me see. I don't always understand these releases. So this is 193. Does that mean picture common? Is that 193 now? Yeah. Oh, interesting that we're using such an old version of, okay, let's see. Is that the only place we have it? No. So we need to move this to 193. I guess we want everything to be 193. Picture protocol, like everything is 193 now. Yeah. Okay, so let's bump both this one and this one to 193. And yeah. Oh, of course. I should search for. Oh, okay. So we only have it there. That's good. But is this the? Yeah, picture client. Exactly. Cool. So. Oh, nice. We got a new. Oh, I love it. Our what's his title? He's like head of design. He created this new dev tool, and there's really exciting stuff happening with this space. Yeah, I'm psyched for seeing that. Let's see. I'm going to close and stop the preview. Also the storybook, we don't need that running. Because we are going to install dependencies. Yeah, so we are going to update this. So this is like ready to be merged as soon as we get some people to test it. And then we are going to finish up another PR I've been working on, which is related to us starting to enable sandboxes in the new V2 experience. And then we are actually going to write up a suggestion on how we're going to refactor the client in terms of terminology, because now we have this concept of CodeSandbox projects, which is really a working title for V2. Like, we want this to be a merged experience. You don't think about, is this a project or is this a sandbox? It's just CodeSandbox. You write code. Maybe you tie it to your repo on GitHub. That's the only difference. But it's the same experience. But it's going to take us some time to get there. Yeah, and like version 1 is going to stay around for as long as it's needed. So if anyone is worried about that, we are not rushing this. What were we doing? Oh, close. In picture client now, we should be able to clients file. We don't need this async document anymore. And hopefully yeah. And I think, yeah. Oh, did I? God damn it. Did I export this from? No, I didn't. God damn it. Wait. OT. Yeah, I did. Let's see. Import. Export. Const async document equals OT async. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so we're going to export async document from picture client. Yeah, we're going to do that. And then, oh, did we duplicate this? There we go. Cool. And then inside our, yeah, we're going to remove this OT client. And then inside the document, we are not going to do this. We're going to do new ot.client. And we should be good. OT client. Cool. That's basically it. Now we're running running on the thing we're supposed to run on. Let's see. I'm just going to pm build. I'm just building picture client, and then we're going to start the dev process again so people can start testing it. Like just the fact that people can do that, like they can visit a PR and actually test the thing. They don't have to fetch and pull and install dependencies and start a dev server locally and all that stuff. They can just click the link, test it. It's huge. Like that's so important for a good good flow. Wait, what happened here? Did I start it again? Oh, let's see. Let's restart it so that we're sure that it's running the latest picture client. Okay, let's open this. Yeah, while it's opening, I'm just reviewing something I wrote on Slack. Yeah, anyways, cool. So let's just see that it actually works. I basically just need to You know what? I'm just going to grab my laptop. I need some music, and it's nice for testing. 2 seconds. Ja, grunnen til at jeg ler med at du en av de egentlig smarteste menneskene jeg vet om. Men det sånn helt elementære ting, så det superartig at du Right. I was just laughing at my partner. She's like, she has a freaking PhD in chemical engineering, but she has this project now with the pancake mix stuff, and she needs to take pictures because she's going to sell it on this service, and they want her to take pictures like, what's it called, horizontally? She's like, which way is horizontally? Which is funny to me because she's very smart, but like very fundamental things. And it's not because she doesn't know, it's because she's stressed. It's like very new to her doing all this stuff, and I'm not laughing to make fun of her, but it's cute. Let's see, music. We need some music. We need some. I'm actually going to. I typically start with acoustic chill, but we're going to go to acoustic hit immediately today. I'm feeling pretty good. Okay, so let's copy this to Slack so I can open it on my other computer. Let's see. So there we go. And so let's just change some component, the hello component. I'm going to do the same test here. Oh. That looks pretty solid to me. Cool, and then we're going to remove this, and we are going to commit this. Update to latest OT utilities and clean up. Cool. Cool, and then we actually need to go into VS Code for a moment. Is this the... Yeah, Beautiful Hodgkin. Oh, I heard this song so many times. Okay, so I need to build picture client again locally. And then we need to build the actual... Where's the extension code? pm build. And then let's go to the debug console. Let's run. What the hell is up with this? I don't quite understand how. Like, I have to click the extension file and then run and debug. I guess that makes sense. Cool. We need to... So we... let's open the same. It's called Draft Vigilant Jones. Let's see if we can find it. Vigilant. Oh yeah, I don't... Yeah, it's actually not here because for some reason here we are opening actual... but that doesn't matter. We can go to blah blah test. CodeSandbox applications. What are they called? Blah 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 dash test. Wasn't it? Code Sandbox applications blah blah dash test. And it's called what the hell? Oh, I guess it's because I'm not logged in. Let's see. No, I am logged in. Why the hell doesn't it open up? Engine X? Oh. Service temporarily unavailable? Oh wait, is it? Sorry, it might be... Oh yeah, sorry, it's probably... Oh, that's the other one. Where is it? No, that doesn't make sense. What the hell? I'm very confused by this. I'm getting a service temporarily unavailable on my MacBook, but it's... CodeSandbox applications main. Does this even work? I know we made some changes on... Oh wait, because I'm in production. Oh yeah, sorry, it's my bad. I need to... Okay, I guess that's okay. Sorry, it's because I have to. It's a production template. Sorry, a production branch. Because I'm running with production on here. And I think that's okay. Let's see. Pretty amazing how rock solid it is. Cool. Okay, so everything's running. So what we can do now, we can take this. We can say that we. Oh, the hell is this? Unable to download Sentry CLI. What the hell? Type check. Is that the same? Oh. God damn it. I'm so looking forward to us actually like creating our own commit hooks, because I'm so fucking sick and tired of cleaning up my freaking PRs. Why? What the hell? Live. Oh, it's in the. Oh shit! Did I forget to? That's my bad. Yeah. Oh god damn it. So the VS Code extension. But how did it even build? Fisher client. Wait a minute. What the hell is going on here? Apply server. What? Why is it any? Wait. I'm confused. But it's used as a value here? Live documents 272. What the hell are you talking about? It's used as a value? It's not used as a value. Why is it saying that? Huh? Async document refers to a value, but is being used as a type here? Why is it saying that? And why isn't this? Oh, sorry. This code extension. Refers to a value? It doesn't refer to a value. It refers to a type. What the hell? I'm very confused by this. Is it the way I do this? Refers to a value? Did you mean type of async? Oh, okay. So when I do this, I guess it's not treated as a class or something? Oh, this is interesting. Like I want to re-export async document. But I want to re-export it as a class, but I can't really do that because it's exported on OT. Oh, that's very, very interesting. Okay, I guess we just use type of then. But that's very confusing. Like it's a class. Oh, god damn it. I hate these small weird things. And there's no way I can like... Can I do something like export? Can I like the structure? No, I can't do that. Async document. Like this doesn't work. No. So how the hell can I... And this... Oh. Yeah, because this is type of... This is so interesting. So I can't re-export that class. But what I don't like is that we're importing OT here. Like you should use the async doc. God damn it! Like, ugh. You should be able to use the async document from Pitcher client. But we aren't able to export it as an actual class. It's like I have to export the async document class and extend the OT. Which is like silly. Which is really silly. But okay, I think that's perfectly fine. Properly export as and not as a constant, requiring type of. We re-export the class as an extension. Does that mean if you do like instance? Although I never do inheritance in rarely do inheritance in JavaScript. I was just thinking like, yeah, no. Extended class. Okay, so I guess this is what we need to do. So if we build pitch, oops, if we build, god damn it. Type save CSS. Cool. Okay. And then extension, VS Code extension, pm type check. Fix class export. Okay, I'm just going to double check that it actually runs locally as well. Oh, that's of course here. Picture client VS Code extension pm build. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm happy. Let's see if it runs now. Oh, this is interesting. I saw this tweet from Jenna. I worked a little bit with her related to stitches. For years I thought I needed type safe CSS. Turns out I just need IntelliSense and linting. With nested layouts? What's nested layouts? And I get co-located dedupe token safe plain old CSS cells that load only when used. How can you do load it only when used? Oh, nested layouts. Yeah, I guess Remix does some like what's it called? Like lazy loading parts of the layout. Yeah, that's interesting. So you kind of, yeah. Yeah. Well, no build setup, Remix run needs to build. But yeah, no build setup for the actual CSS. That's really cool. Yeah. She's awesome, by the way. She has a lot of cool insights and experiments and just pulling and all the like status quos, which is really good. Okay, nice. We are actually ready. Let's see, client team here. So we have the new collab approach. The new collab fixes are ready to roll. And this PR has been updated with the changes from picture common. Like that. What this does is fixes a race condition when two users type at the same time, previously causing recovery to causing some inputs to get lost. Fixes VS Code collab. Fixes VS Code collab where intermediate changes while applying incoming operations would cause input to get lost. Now we give a notification in both VS Code and browser if the document is out of sync, allowing the user to choose client server recovery. That's basically it. We should get I have Jasper, Evis, and Alex on review here, but if anyone else has time to take a look and test, to do so. We need to get this. Would be nice to get this out. Cool. Nice. Okay, we're happy about that. So now let's move to the other thing. And again, like I can just jump into tab here, and I just love that. Oh, this, I think this is running 190.3. Is that the late? Because we fixed something yesterday. Yeah, 192. Wait, allow passing a name to a new task. 191.2, and this was 191. Okay, good. You see this? I suddenly have like these dirty files, and the reason is that we it was actually me. Oh my god, it's one of those stories that's not funny right now, but it's going to be funny later. Because we have a new person on the team, David, which is awesome, and I'm very excited when we get new people on the team, and I really want to encourage like diving into the code, making changes, and like getting this feeling of contribution. And then I was a bit quick on a review, because what it resulted in is that the disposing mechanism of Pitcher was completely broken, which made some weird stuff happen. Yeah, that was horrible. Mount folder. Oh yeah, because now I think, let's see, I think we actually removed some stuff now. Yeah, exactly. So this has been fixed, but yeah. We need to bring back, let's see. So host. Yeah. Host, open file. Oh, and then types probably also has been removed. Let's see. Discard it. Is this a change? It's so big now. Do I like it? Oh, it's the diff that's so big. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so we have mount folder. Wait a minute, what the hell happened here? Wow, what the hell happened there? What the hell? Yeah, this thing really broke. Let me just check the... Oh my god, I love the new icon. Host, workspace utils. Oh, I think we're in a pretty broken state there. Oh, look at this. Okay, I'm going to refresh again. Oh, fuck, what happened here? Wow, we really broke stuff when... authorize error? Okay. Where did it go? Yeah, so, yeah, that was concerning. What the hell happened there? And where did that image I just took go? What the hell? Okay, so we can't... that's... I'm not sure what happened. We also saw in the terminal I had some space issues. Yeah, okay, hopefully I'll get some help with that. And we can rather work on the other thing, which is the proposal. So let's take a look at that. I'm going to create an issue for it first, because we have a roadmap here. Sandbox support. Maybe I should put this in linear. Yeah, because it really is a task. Do we have share forking refactor client to Sandbox instead of project? Okay. So we are going to change this to refactor client to new terminology instead of project. So I think we need, yeah, I think we can just use this for now. Now the thing is, we have, this is correct. We have two different providers, Sandbox and GitHub. So these are considered like code providers. They're not necessarily tied to Git. It's just code. And then they have an ID which references the instance, the VM instance they're running on. Currently, we call that reference the branch ID, which I think we should change. It should just be an instance ID. Or at least we're going to treat it as that. Like there's so much history here, but yeah. We need to change the project type. Doesn't need to say. So we have a base provider, share properties between Sandbox and GitHub. And so even though like if we had GitLab, that would be its own provider. Both of those uses Git, but that's just the technology Git. It's not tied to the provider, because GitLab might have other properties that GitHub doesn't have, and we want to expose certain features based on that. So we're going to be, regardless of technology, where does this code come from? So we are going to have a base provider. We're going to have a Sandbox provider, and we're going to have a GitHub provider. And then we're going to call this not a Sandbox. We need to call it something else. And we don't want to call it, and the problem is we're using React, so we don't want to call it just a provider either. So I think we should just call it a code provider, because that's what it is. It provides code. Or maybe we could use a different term than provider. Maybe that would be better. So, so we could call it like data source. It's so funny. We had this on and off discussion about data sources. But what's interesting about it being a provider is that calling it a provider is it's literally being provided by a different service, kinda. Sandbox is our own service, but it is coming from like a service. Sandbox code provider, GitHub code provider. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have to say. We could just say params. And then yeah, so what's interesting is like, how do you get this instance ID? So that would be instance ID. I think that's what we want to do here, because yeah, because we are asking for an instance, and that we use an ID. So for a Sandbox code provider, the instance ID is this ID, but for a GitHub code provider, the instance ID is actually what we call a branch ID. Yeah, so we have branch ID here. Why did this suddenly change colors? Oh, is that it? Oh. Ah, this sucks. Did I type something wrong here? It was suddenly when I looks so nice here, and then I added that, and then it suddenly doesn't work. Is this the reason? I don't know. Cool. Well, I don't think this is correct, because what we are really doing here, we are so you can take this from a different perspective. Like, we could also say that we are loading a development environment. And in that dev environment, we have a provider, like a code provider. Yeah, so let's try that. So we have because what we are doing, like we've been back and forward on this, like what we're doing is that we're loading we are loading, like we thought we would load sandboxes differently from projects. Like projects was VMs and sandboxes were not VMs, but now we feel confident that no, V2 is VMs or micro VMs. So we will always load that. So I guess it's like from the perspective, are we so we could take it from that perspective. And we also have these things called capabilities in the client now. Oh, god damn it. Creating good terms is difficult. But so important. It's like super, super important. And I know a lot of people don't put as much effort into that as I personally do. But I think this is the most important thing for people going into code bases, is that you have good terminology and explicit terminology. So there are two ways to look at this. We can go down, okay, which providers do we have? Code providers do we have? And then we like attach an instance ID to that, which is basically the VM. Or we can say that we are loading a VM and then we attach a provider to that. So this wouldn't be like a base code provider. We would rather say I think that does make sense. But what would we call that? What the hell do we call this? Like, typically, like that's the thing. Like when you create these experiences, you typically have a very strong terminology for what you have. It's like just call it a project. But here, if we use the term sandbox, we're going to confuse people because it's different. Sandbox is different. So we need like a new term that really covers sandboxes and GitHub and any future code provider that we have. What the hell? Need to change the project type to something that covers both Sandbox and GitHub and any future code provider. What we could do here to be perfectly safe is that we say yeah, but we can do that. We can say picture instance ID. So when you have a code provider, it's well, it's like it's not a code provider. It's an instance. Like it's a it's god damn it. So again, it's not like we're not defining the provider. We're defining an instance. Like for GitHub, like we're defining a branch on GitHub in this case. And here we're just like, it's not, yeah, I don't like the term provider. It's something else. It's not a provider we're describing. We're describing the we're describing some piece of code coming from that provider. So for GitHub, it will be like a branch. For a sandbox, it's just like Sandbox. But what's the common terminology for that? Fuck. It's code. That's the thing. What do we call it? Like we could call it a repo, but that's too conflicting with Git. So we could just call it code. Fuck, why is it so? What do we call it? What do I call it when I have a folder with some code? What is that? I cannot use repo because that's tied to Git. I cannot use Sandbox because that's tied to Sandbox. I cannot use project because that is like our old terminology and it doesn't fit with the Sandbox. You can also call it a workspace, which is tied to a code provider. But we already have a concept of workspace inside the editor. The workspace is more the layer on top of the code, not the code itself. But what's so if we did this instead, and then picture instance can have a provider tied to it, which would be a Sandbox provider or a GitHub provider. Well, the thing is not really a provider. It's I don't like this. There has to be, like, what we're loading is. Fuck, this is so difficult. What the hell are we going to call this? We're not. So what? God damn it! So what's the? Let's remove branch ID here. So what is the common thing about these two? Oh, interesting. Owner. I don't understand this. The highlighting. Anyways, what's the common thing here? Between these two. Like, they both represent some specific code. But we can't use repo because we already have repo. So this can't be a repo. Because this is a specific branch, but this is not a specific branch. So we can't like call it a branch either. And it's too tied to Git, which this is not. We cannot use workspace because we already have workspace. We can't use provider because provider describes the actual provider, not the specific code we are providing. So we could call it source. Like we've been talking about data source, but it's code source. That's interesting. Like we do say source code. We do call it our source code. So we could just code source. God damn it. So you could say we have type code source code. We could also call it like dev environment. Development environment. Yeah, what I like about development environment, it doesn't matter if it's picture or anything else. It's just the development environment, which has an ID, which we use to connect to the development environment currently. And then it has Then it has a source, Sandbox source, or a GitHub source. Source is so and if I say code source, it's like, why didn't you call it source code? Code provider. But it's not the provider. That would be Sandbox, right? It wouldn't be the ID of the Sandbox. But what's interesting is that development environment is also tied to the provider. So the development environment is actually a little bit different for a Sandbox than for GitHub in terms of like hardware specs. So you could also say that that's not really the base of this. So what if we called it a Sandbox environment and GitHub environment? And then we separate them by provider. And then we have base environment. Let's call it development environment so we're not so freaking generic. GitHub development environment. And then we have base development environment, which currently has picture instance ID, development environment, base development environment, Sandbox development environment. And then we have development environment, which can be base. Okay, what do we think about this? So if we load a Sandbox development environment, the picture instance ID is the ID of the Sandbox. If we load a GitHub development, GitHub development environment, the provider is GitHub, and we'll get like a branch ID here as well, which is put on the picture instance ID. And we don't really need we could also drop the base here, because we just know that we don't have to describe that in the type, that we have a picture instance ID. This is more the fact of, so here we have owner repo string, owner repo branch. We don't need this, and we don't need this. So we just have two different development environments. We have the Sandbox development environment, and we have the GitHub development environment. And then when we consume this development environment, we can look at the provider. So the provider of this is the Sandbox. And this is the one I like the most for now. Uh, Sandbox development environment, GitHub development environment. The thing is, it actually makes sense because it's... Well, it doesn't really make sense because we are not... I don't like development environment because it says that the Sandbox development environment, well, in this case, like the Sandbox development environment is different than the GitHub development environment. I don't like development environment. Ah, god damn it. Told a different story. Let's see, in just 2 seconds. I need to rewatch something. Oh, let's see. Sorry, I was. Hi, Kelvin. Yeah, I was just answering some questions on Slack here. We're talking about the next steps. It's a lot of complexity having an existing product, building a new product, and how do we see the path forward to ensure that that people are not confused about us moving to a new, like a version 2, and when is version, and there's certain things that works better in version 2 than in version 1. How do we explain that to the users? And when are existing users able to actually move their current work over to version 2 without losing features or feel that they're losing features? Yeah, it's but yeah, we're back here with the freaking terminology. So I don't like development environment. So the point is, if we just go down here, we have something called a sandbox, and we have something called GitHub. And this represents, these are the same thing in the context of the editor. But what are they? What? It's just code, right? Should we call it code? So we have Sandbox code and we have GitHub code. And the provider of that code is it's really called Sandbox, but we're calling it Sandbox. And GitHub code, the provider is GitHub. And then we have editor code that can be either Sandbox code or GitHub. Like this is it. Like this is what we're trying to. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm partly running a discussion here. This is what we want, but it does look a little bit weird, maybe. Code is kind of generic, but it's basically because it's not just the code. If we were GitHub and we had different providers, we could say code because you only see the code. But here you have the full development environment as well. It's not only the code. Get a single provider core for all. Yeah, it's. I initially had like you had just different providers, but what I don't like about the term provider as like the type itself, like Sandbox provider, is that we're not describing the Sandbox provider. It's just a property of like it's like an not instance, but there's some specific code coming from that provider. So we're not describing the provider itself. We're describing very specific code coming from that provider. And not only the code, we're also describing where the environment for that code is. Yeah, dev environment. Yeah, we could. Yeah, okay, so code is too static, right? We're doing more than that. We're actually, so if we call it dev environment, but this is where it gets a little bit confusing with the provider again, because the provider of the dev environment isn't Sandbox or GitHub. It's like, but if we call it a code provider, just to play around, like let's just type and like iterate on this, because it's the code provider. It's not the provider of the development environment, because that is us. So I totally, what I like about this is that we are actually describing that we are actually like the type references a development environment, which it does, which it is. But we're also giving that development environment a code provider, which might have different parameters. So when Sandbox is the code provider, it just has an ID. If GitHub is code provider, it has an owner repo and a branch. And when we connect to the dev environment, it's different what ID we use. So for the Sandbox dev environment, we check, like we're going to go and connect to the dev environment. So we check, okay, is the code provider Sandbox? Well, then we use the Sandbox ID to connect to that environment. Is the dev environment GitHub? Well, then we have something called a branch ID here. And that's a little bit confusing in itself. Like, this is history. Like, it shouldn't be branch ID. It should have been like dev env ID or something like that. And both of them should have it. But that's not the case here. But at least this allows us to check based on the code provider how we connect to the, or what value we use to connect to the dev environment. And then this will be dev environment. It will be a Sandbox dev environment and a GitHub dev environment. Yeah, you could have like instead of code provider, you could say source, or you could just say, we could just say type. That would also be possible. Or you could say source. Maybe type is okay. Just be generic about it. What type of dev environment is it? Well, it's a Sandbox dev environment, or it's a GitHub dev environment. Like, what's a little bit confusing here is that, let's just for fun, add the GitLab dev environment. Just so we have like two of them are based on Git, so we kind of keep that so that doesn't become a confusion. And this will be GitLab, which also I believe they use owner repo and branch as well. Yeah. So and GitHub. So the thing is like GitHub dev environment and GitLab dev environment, both of them are like would be literally identical in terms of the dev environment itself. Probably. Yeah, they might actually have differences. Like, for example, an example of that is our GitHub. Like our current dev environment will most likely be able to create repos by talking to the GitHub API, where I mean that the dev environment knows that we're running GitHub. And the editor just reflects what the dev environment is running on. And it also encapsulates that when it's a dev environment of type Sandbox, it has different hardware specs than if you're running a dev environment on GitHub or GitLab. So yeah, I think this makes sense. So yeah, let's try this and let's just move on. Like, what else do we need to change? And then we can see how this feels like. So what this would replace is what we call, let's see, let's jump into some code. Thanks, Kelvin. Let's see here. Wow, this took a long time to open up. This shouldn't take this long. Let's see. We don't need these previews. Okay, so let's just dive into the types here. So we have basically this starts where should we start looking at this? So we have something we now call project. Do we have? Oh, we have our own types folder. Yeah, exactly. So we have something called project. And yeah, and this is the capability stuff. I wasn't part of defining that. Restart container. We need to change that. Yeah, so what I'm wondering is that yeah, you know what's interesting? We could also GitHub app install allow. Yeah, so this is interesting, right? Because GitHub app, that would be GitLab doesn't have a GitHub app, so that fits really well in with this. So we would basically not load a project anymore. We would load a dev environment. And then we still have branches. because the dev environment might support Git. And that's something we will explicitly check for. We just check the type of dev environment, and that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if I'm probably thinking too far ahead, because now we basically only have Sandbox and GitHub, and it might be like that for a very long time. But you could state that you have a type of dev environment. So you could have no, I don't think that makes sense. I think we should be very, very explicit about this. So we do check in the code what type of dev environment we have, and if we have GitHub or GitLab, we'll activate like the Git features, and based on the type of like we might even enable different kinds of Git features based on it being GitLab and GitHub. Like, we need to keep that flexibility. So I think having that type as just this thing we check throughout the editor to determine what we show and what we do, that's powerful. That's super, super flexible. So we don't make any assumptions that, okay, we're going to do this generally for all things Git. And maybe we won't be able to do that for GitLab as opposed to GitHub, for example. Yeah, so the thing is, like, in terms of scope of what we need to change project to dev environment. And then when we load up the picture process, we'll again just check the dev environment. If it's Sandbox, we're going to use the ID of the Sandbox to go and create or go and grab that instance. If it's GitHub, at some later stage. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for GitHub dev environment, we're going to have something called a branch ID here. Which we use to go and grab the instance. Okay, great. And then we don't really need to do anything about Git. Git will stay the same. And branch can also stay the same. But we are very generic calling it, like, now we are very much like a branch is tightly integrated into the editor, and now it won't be. I'm getting some help on this now. Let's try restarting it. I had a bunch of storage. What's it called when you have out of space? Where were we? Yeah, we were talking about branches. So now we have this is a tricky one. I think this is the biggest refactor, because now we, like, the way we load Sandboxes now, we just load them as a project, as like an experiment. And that means that this branch DTO is what holds the ID, and this is what's being used to connect to the instance and everything. And this is not the case anymore. And this concept of like contribution, that's specific to branches. So I don't think branch fork. Shit, where are these things used? So I think we need to move these things. Okay. So we have branch owner. Okay, so we need to merge this stuff. So here we would have contribution, parent might have owner repo default branch. Okay. Last accessed at. Yeah, and we should rename these things. Like we should, you know, that's what you do when you move fast. You get types like that. Last accessed at. That should be there. I think. Yeah, so we're kind of starting to see some. Well, we'll see what we're using that for. If that needs to be. I'm not sure why we have the default branch there, but it should look like this. Yeah, let's just remove this for now. We are parent is if you have branched from something else. So on GitHub, they actually don't call it, sorry, not branched, but forked, like done a GitHub fork. And they don't actually call it fork on GitHub, or they call it both. You have a reference that is like the fork, and then you have the parent, because you can fork a fork. So the parent is what you forked from, but then you also have like, I don't remember the name of that reference, but you have like the source repo. Yeah. So that's just information we have so that we know what kind of URL we're going to produce for the pull request. We have to know the parent. We use the term dev environment because I want to try to list what we talked about here, Kellen. So we are not only providing code. Yeah. We're not only providing code, we are also providing a full dev environment. You can argue that the dev environment knows yeah, we're calling. I think we have to call this provider, not because I like it better, but because we are calling it. It's not the provider of the dev environment in this case, but it's the provider being used in the dev environment. So again, I don't like that in this isolated context, but I think it makes more sense related to what we're already doing. So when we create an instance, we pass down the provider, being Sandbox or GitHub, to that dev environment. So that's what it's referencing. And it still fits, like the provider would be GitLab or something else. Let's just do that for now, and we can get back to it. The dev environment knows what provider is being used. So the dev environment might behave differently based on the provider, not only the editor. Yeah, that's an important point. It's like going into this typing, you might think that based on it being a Sandbox or GitHub, it's just the editor that changes, but it's actually the dev environment itself that changes. as well. So that's what we're reflecting here. Might behave differently based on not only the editor. You could argue that GitHub is and later GitLab would be the same thing, but it is not. There will be differences in the Git functionality most likely, and this typing takes that into account. Yeah, I think that those are nice arguments. Let's see. Yes, and then we have this thing called a branch detail. What are we going to do with this? Yeah, and I think what you're saying there, I think that's something that could be beneficial. So, but I think that's something to be, what we have done now is that we can open for that later. So when we actually do have GitLab, we can evaluate, are they actually the same? Like, are they mostly the same, GitHub and GitLab? And then we can introduce that property that defines what type of provider it is, I guess would be the term there. Because if they're like more different than same, then it doesn't help that much. But if the opposite, it definitely helps. Yeah, it's interesting though. Like, how would that look? Yeah, because you could say, yeah, but it's something to discover when we actually know how GitLab would look like. Because I'm not even sure if they split it on owner and repo this way. Yeah, anyways. So branch DTO. Oh, we're using this all over the place. So we're using this branch DTO from branch DTO. So we are calling an endpoint that gives us this branch. This is basically reflecting what we get from the server. But we don't, okay, so in that context, this is what we get from the server. And what we're going to do is we're going to shove this into this new type, the GitHub dev environment. And that makes sense. Like, everything we get here fits into this new type, which is great. And then branch fork, I'm not sure what this is. I wonder what the strategy will be here. I think we're just going to rewrite the types first, and then we're just going to run the type checker and start refactoring. Oh, sorry, just 2 seconds. Hallå? Vet ikke. Ja. Yeah. Ja. Ja. Greit. Ha det. Sorry, it was my partner waiting for some delivery. Okay, branch fork. Yeah, but I think that this can be a good test. Like we can rewrite this type here, and then we can run the type checker and see the havoc it creates. Because then, yeah, I think so. Because one thing I wanted to check here, types project. Doesn't the project have branch on it? No. Where the hell does the branch come from? Okay, so maybe its own thing. We're going to merge those. But here we also have a bunch of stuff. So let's take a look at this. Let's see. So we have default branch name. We have source branch. So default branch name is like main. Source branch name is where you branched from, and target branch name is your current branch. Oh, that's interesting, because we already have that. Let's try removing target branch. Wait, target, is that... Oh, fudge, is that... No, I think that is your branch. Okay, let's just comment needed. Just use branch. Let's see. And then we have ID name repo permission. So this is interesting. Permission is now on project, and this is actually the same for both of them. We have a general permission check. So that means that we can actually say dev environment, and we have permission there. Protected branch, this will be part of this thing. Which is, this is also interesting. Like, it's called protected branch here, but we have a concept in Sandboxes called frozen. And if we rather said, yeah, and this is actually part of the dev environment, protected. So I think we need to rename that. And then when it's a sandbox and it's frozen, we'll say that it's protected. And then here again, it's just protected. Yeah, and we have private. Yeah, exactly. So that's also a thing, private. Okay, I like this. And then contribution, that's specific to GitHub currently. It might be specific to Git in general, but it basically allows, we can actually create a branch for you, even though you don't have write access. And you can work on that, and then we create like a fork under the hood and do everything under the hood. So it's like, so you can imagine doing contributions on CodeSandbox. It's like you don't have write access, you're looking at an open source repo. Very soon you will actually be able to just start writing code directly on the main branch. And as soon as you save, we have actually branched out under the hood for you to a contribution branch. So it's just seamless when you save it. And then when you actually want to create the PR, that's the point where we produce the fork necessary in GitHub and everything. So you don't have to think about that. From your perspective, you just went in and just changed some code on that open source repo, which is pretty epic. So, and this will now be, yeah, so the capabilities should be the dev environment. And then GitHub app installed. This is nice. This is looking really nice. parent repo? What the hell? Didn't we just... Oh, sorry, project permission. Okay, sorry. Permission level? Read, write. Okay, so this is coming from the server. Okay, so it's... this is actually called parent repo. Parent was the DTO. So we need to keep the DTOs because that's what we get from the API. This is awesome. This is looking good. And the only thing we need to do is kind of put these together like this. Yes. And that means that we actually want to remove... no, this was project. We actually want to completely remove this. This seems to be just duplicate to me. Yeah, because we have branch fork, but that's really parent repo should be the indicator of it being a branch fork. Branch fork? That's a weird term. Okay, cool. I think, and again, like we don't have to solve absolutely everything here, but this is a good, this is a really good start. So we are going to actually just go in here now, and we're going to delete branch. Well, we need to create a new branch first. Oh, I need some lunch soon. Wow, the branching has really slowed down. This is supposed to take a couple of seconds. I wonder what has happened. The branching is really slow today. The branching is really slow today. Yeah, I guess you're in a different time zone. Okay, let's just discover what work we have cut out for us. So we'll delete branch, we'll delete project, and let's run the type checker. And yeah, something has happened. Like there's something wrong with the environment today. I wonder what happened. Let's go to web, CodeSandbox v2, pm type check. I guess it's like a huge, it's just to get some oversight. Maybe it's just so much that we don't really see. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, and we have all the files. Yeah, this is nice that it actually gives the files here. So yeah, so related to forking, editor page content, yeah, state provider in the environment interface. Yeah, but I think what we're going to do after lunch / breakfast is is just create this new type, export it, and just visit these files and import a new type and see will that cover what is needed for these different files. And at some point here, we actually produce some an actually entity of the dev environment. Well, it's basically going to be this project feature. This, where is it? The project. This project feature is going to be the dev environment instead. And I think actually we can remove container and merge it into dev environment. Yeah, let's just write that because I'm going to share this with the team. Other changes. Other changes will be rename project. Oh my god. Oh my god. Refactor project feature to dev and dev environment. Merge container into dev environment. Yeah. This is also really nice. This is a nice consequence of what we did. It actually makes sense to merge the container into the dev environment, which is super nice. Because this is like old stuff, which is only has a tiny responsibility related to grabbing the instance of the dev environment, which now fits perfectly in here because it's the dev environment. So that's great. Okay. I'll share this with the team in the meantime. Client. On how to approach typing, and with Kelvin on the stream we came up with this. There seems to be minor changes, and I will start working on a PR after lunch. Yeah, so like Sandbox dev environment will of course like have the title string, and I think it's important in this editor that we do a lot of checks on this provider, instead of trying to converge these types into one thing, because we don't know yet how are they different and how are they the same. It's something we can rather do later if it makes sense. But this gives us a lot of flexibility, which we need now. So let me know what you think. I want to give one, since the code and since code and behavior is so tied, we need a type that does not only describe where the code comes from, but also how the environment behaves based on where the code comes from. Yeah. Suggest dev environment. I suggest dev environment where provider determines the behavior and where the code comes from. Okay, let's try that. Let me know what you think, and any changes should be minor anyways. Cool. Have a nice breakfast, Kelvin, and I'll see you later here if you have time. countdown. Nice. Okay, bye for now. Let's see. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. The problem with the instance here was a space issue, so I had to. Is it fixed though? Ah. Because by having multiple file instances. Put it back and also highlight related to multiple file instances. Let's see. I want to make sure. Yeah, why did I? Oh, god damn it. Sometimes I'm so deep into things, and then like a comment like this is like, wow, why did I even do this? Why did I have that reset? You sure this works? What if there's still pending X operations? Yeah, in the yeah, so the thing is like Resync is really related to when you want to keep your OT client. It's just disconnected and you want to continue from where you were. Well, this is the OT client is completely out of whack. Like there's no good way to recover from this. So Resync, I see as the scenario where you are disconnected and want to continue on your I want to continue. So Resync I see as a scenario where disconnect I want to continue on the last known state of the server with your own changes applied on top. The reset is when we cannot guarantee resumable resuming. Either the reset is when we cannot guarantee resuming. Either you will remove changes on the server, or you will remove changes on the client. Any queued operations is in risk of any queued operations is in, yeah, so what happens here is that okay, so when we apply, so there are two aspects here. Like if you apply an operation and you can apply an operation and it fails, but that means there's no pending operation. Well, it can fail while you have queued operations. Yeah. Any trying to do a resync, or the resync itself will fail because your editor contents is just, yeah, so that that's a good question. Like the reset is when you cannot guarantee receiving. Either you will remove changes on server. Yeah. Only way to recover is by removing stuff on server or removing stuff in client. It's called when you cannot apply an operation to the OT document, or when you cannot apply an operation, it's called in these scenarios. One, you cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the client. You cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the server. You cannot apply you cannot apply a server operation from the OT client to the code editor. These scenarios means we have possible pending queued operations that does not fit with the current server state or the state of the editor. All these scenarios means we have possible pending queued that doesn't fit with the current server state or the state of the editor. Which is like really, really bad. From the, I should say, editor. You cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the server. You cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the server. You cannot apply a server operation from the OT client to the editor, from the code editor. This means we have possible pending queued operations that does not fit with the current server state or the state of the code editor, which is really bad and should never happen when operations, which is really bad and should never happen now that we ensure operations indeed come in order. Yeah, which is really bad and should never happen now that we ensure operations indeed come in order. So as Resync is a smooth recovery, that ensures both client and server changes are intact. Reset is disruptive. And then the question, I'm kind of going away from the actual questions. You sure this? What if there's still pending X separations? So if there are still pending if there are still pending X operations, so I guess that's a good point. Like, these will, if they're still pending operation because of message order, these will hit the disposed OT client as opposed to the new one. When do we call reset? Yeah, it's after we grab the current state. Yeah. If there are still pending X operations because of message order, this will hit the disposed OT client as opposed to the new one. They're still pending because of message order. These should hit the disposed OT client as opposed to the new one. Yeah, good question. So Resync is, I see as the scenario where you are disconnected and want to continue on the last known state of the server with your own changes applied on top. The reset is when we cannot guarantee resumability. I wanted to write that, but it doesn't seem to be like a word. Only way to recover is by removing stuff on the server or removing stuff in the client. It's called in these scenarios. You cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the code editor. You cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the server. You cannot apply a server operation from the OT client to the code editor. All these scenarios means we have possible pending queued operations that does not fit with the current server state or the state of the code editor, which is really bad and should never happen now that we ensure operations indeed come in order. Picture client fix plus async document. Picture client acfix plus async document. So as Resync, is a smooth. So Resync is smooth recovery. So Resync is a smooth recovery that ensures both client and server changes are intact. So Resync requires the OT document to be in a stale valid state. While reset is there for a completely invalid OT client. OT client to be in a stale valid state. So resync requires the OT client to be in a stale valid state, while reset is there for a completely invalid OT client. If there are still pending X operations because of message order, these should hit the disposed OT client as opposed to new one. Okay, I think, yeah, let's put that back. Like, I'm so happy we have Jasper. I just have to say, he has an incredible mind for detecting, like just putting all the complexity of operational transforms in your head, seeing where things can fail. It's really difficult. But yeah, I did a boo-boo here. Let's go and visit this file. We should not remove this. So let's put that back. Last received operation. I just didn't understand why it was there. So I'm going to add a bit more comments on that. Let's see. This was CSB model. Yeah, this is how it should be. Like, this is how fast it should open. Oh, I'm already in the CSB model. Yeah, let's rather comment where it's being used. Last received. So this is when we received operation. Oh, god damn it. And we, okay, let's bring back the revision here. What did the logic look like? If it's not the same, we apply it, but we are actually going to check if it is the same. If it's the same, what the hell? Return. Yeah, and I guess, oh, what the hell? What did I do? Oh, sorry. Return. Last received operation revision. Last received operation. Okay, revision equals this. Then we'll change it, and then we'll check. Then we return. Like, I don't like opposite if checks. I completely understand why it was opposite here, because then you wouldn't have to do this. Yeah, maybe it actually is better if we just say this. It would be nice to have like a finally thing here. But yeah, we'll just add it both places. Or should we? Oh, of course, we don't need it there. Sorry. If it's the same, it's the same. So we reapply it. Okay, so here we need to type because we can have multiple instances of the file. There is a chance that we get And wait a minute, we actually, this last received operation revision is more or equal to the revision. So if we are beyond or equal to the revision coming in, we're not going to do anything. There is a chance that we get the same operation multiple instances of but a single model. There is a chance that we get the same operation multiple times. I want to avoid applying that multiple. Okay, that's really good. And then we have to go and fix this. So here we should get the revision as well. And then on handle operation, revision, revision, handle operation should have revision. God damn it. Go to references. Yeah, this doesn't really matter. Yeah. This is where we do it, and this has event revision. There we go. Let's just run a quick type check on this. It's very straightforward, this fix, so build type check. I branched opening CodeSandbox applications main was very slow, and also branching from it. Cool. Revert fix with an additional comment. Okay, let's just review it. You sure this works? What if there's still pending X operation? Does client expect get rid of all callbacks and pending logic? Not sure why this is even necessary. It looks very similar to the Resync logic with a chance of race conditions. It's totally valid question. So the way I explain this is that the resync is a resync I see and where you are disconnected and want to continue on the last known state of the server with your own changes applied on top. The reset is when we cannot guarantee receiving. Only way to recover is by removing stuff from the server and removing stuff in the client. It's called in these scenarios, blah, blah, blah. You cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the code editor. You cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the server. You cannot apply a server operation from the OT client to the code editor. All these scenarios means we have possible pending queued operations that does not fit with the current server state or the state of the code editor, which is really bad and should never happen now that we ensure operations indeed come in order, picture client accfix plus async document. So resync requires the OT client to be in a stale valid state, while reset is therefore a completely invalid OT document. If there are still pending X operations because of message order, yeah, that's a bit weird wording. Because if there's still, this should hit the display because of message. That's better. And then you sure this is not? Yeah, good thing he catched that. Okay, let's ask Jasper to I talked to, let's see, John Mark. David on vacation. Collab. Yeah, like with all like teams and processes, and we had like the editor team we're working on. Yeah, let's move back to the thing we were playing around with. Which this is like the editor team I'm working on here, and we got into a bad situation because one of the team members went on vacation, which of course they should, but at the same time I got very occupied with the collaboration issues, and the last team member was now with a heavy load on UI implementations all alone. And that doesn't mean that you one thing is that like we move slower, but it's such a burden being alone on something that it's stressful, and that makes it go even slower. And it's not fair, and we're not that good yet to like catch these situations. I like, one of my mantras is like, you should never work alone on an implementation, but it's unavoidable at the current state of the company because of our ambitions and how many people we are. But we have to be very careful about this. And yeah, we're in a situation now where yeah, we're in this situation now, basically. So we need to resolve it sooner than later. Yeah, it's funny. I have a colleague who suggests code provider. Actually went through code provider. The problem with this is that it only points to the code. But when we check for Sandbox and GitHub, it is not only because of how to treat the code, but also how to treat the environment. It's not only because of where the code is coming from, it is the environment the code is running in. For example, Sandbox has less specs than GitHub. Well, I guess that's a bad example. also reflects. So dev environment encapsulates both code and the environment the code is running in. I do see your point. I do see your point about environment. Though we can replace dev with something more explicit. But yeah, like why can't we do code provider? Oh yeah, the problem with code dev environment. With this is that it only points to that it points to, well, fuck, this is so difficult. Well, yeah, my point is that it only points to the code, but when we check for Sandbox, it's not only because of where the code is coming from, it also reflects the environment the code is running in. So things like permission, well, permission is like protected, private, yeah, like protected, allowed capabilities, other things, GitHub app installed, contribution, these things are not really code related, but environment related. I think the concept of fork branch needs to be for both branches and I can change getting rid of branch management, moving the hooks. As a change, getting rid of branch management provider. I think the concept of fork branch needs to be for both branches and sandboxes anyway, and the other hook. I'll check the branch. Which top level provider are you referring to? Okay, I need to chat with a colleague. I'll be back shortly. Right, and we're back. Let's see. Yeah, so we don't need this. I'm just going to. I was asked to fix this issue or write what we're supposed to do here. Currently, we only support public sandboxes, which works fine for templates. We only support, how should I explain this? Which works, currently we only support public sandboxes. This is fine as our templates are public, even though the user after a fork makes it private, it will still be accessible, as we only need as picture, well, it's actually picture agent only needs to download the sandbox from the templates. After that, they are part of our infrastructure. Anyways, to be able to open a private existing sandbox, existing private sandboxes, to be able to open a we have to give picture agents a token to be used downloading the sandbox. To be used downloading the sandbox, we want to enable this by deprecating git access token, and call it provider access token. With a sandbox, we give the CodeSandbox user token as a value. With GitHub, we give the git access token as value. How is it? The CodeSandbox. Oh, fudge. Do we need? Oh, wait a minute. I think we want to be able to do both. Do we? No, we don't. The CodeSandbox access token will only be used by picture agent to download the sandbox if necessary. This requires a change to API, picture manager, oops, and picture agent. Okay, let me just give this to good old AJ. That's the VOC. Any questions? And if you think there is time to do it. Sorry if my explanation there is bad. Cool. Let's get back to it. You can easily rename this type. Yeah, let's reflect some more on the name of that type. Okay, so we need to get our priorities right here now, because I should really finish is this revert removal and add additional comment? Oh yeah. Oh, nice. I get when this is, even if the current pending operations don't fit with a certain reason, should be able to update the service state and transform those operations. Yeah, which probably means an implementation. Can't be caused by OT at all. It's a local, yeah. Yeah. Very good points. This is definitely when the code editor does something unexpected. I do not see in reality that we can have issues with this. From the OT document perspective, the OT client perspective itself, it is just a safeguard. Even if the current pending operations don't fit with the server state, Resync should be able to update the server state. I'm sure when how this possibly ever gets used, unless Resync no, Resync is still working. So primarily this reset is for editor OT client out of sync for the reason you specify. For the reason you specify, the editor is to blame. The reason I added it to the other scenarios is just a fail safe, because it should absolutely never happen. But you think Resync would solve? Yeah, so this is interesting. You can't pull out from the code editor. Yeah, so that's when the code editor, you cannot plan. So looking at the scenarios, 1, 2, 3. You cannot apply an operation to the OT document from the code. This is an editor problem. Need reset. You cannot apply an operation. Should never happen. Can a resync fix it? This is an editor problem. Need reset. Let me, oh god damn it. Resolving these. One, this is definitely the editor who is to blame. Would need a reset. Would need a reset. This should absolutely never happen. But just added it as a safeguard. But you think Resync would solve it better? You can apply a server operation from the OT client. You cannot apply. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. I forgot. Oh, I forgot. We, of course, oh, where the hell is the code? There it is. I forgot, like inside picture client on this document, we do resync. Oh. Yeah, so apply server operation. Wait a minute. Now I'm confused. Like, when do we actually... Apply client. So if this fails... Oh, sorry. Yeah. So if apply client fails, that's when we have it. And then we have it when we... Yeah, so we resync when we send... where the hell? So this reset is for editor OT client, where for the reason you specify the editor is to blame. The reason I added it to the other side is just failsafe, because it should absolutely never. So looking at the scenarios. But let's summarize the whole thing here. Picture client. When sending an operation, when sending a pending operation fails, it does a file resync. When applying an incoming operation, it does a file resync. File.resync. When applying an incoming operation fails, it does a file resync. Editor clients. When applying an operation from editor to when applying an operation from editor fails, it does a reset. with the notification. When applying an operation to the editor fails, it does a reset with the notification. Sorry, I guess we're not doing it. You cannot apply an operation from the server. Sorry, point 2 here was my mistake. It does not cause a reset, but a resync. How do I... Can I strike through? No. Yeah, very good. So priming this reset is for the editor or the client auto sync for a reason you specified. The editor is to blame. The reason I added it to the other side is just a failsafe, because it should absolutely never happen. Let's but the editor is to blame. Let me reiterate also for myself here, looking at the code, the current code. Picture client. When sending a pending operation fails, it does a file resync. When applying an incoming operation fails, we should call it a server. When applying a server operation fails, it does a file resync. Fails, it does a file resync. Editor clients. When applying an operation from an editor fails, it does a reset with a notification. As the editor is out of sync. As the editor is out of sync. Sorry, my previous point 2 here was a mistake. It doesn't cause a reset, but a resync. So internal OT client problems causes file resync, while editor problems causes reset. Sweat. No, not that. No, smiley sweat. When sending a pending when applying a server operation to OT client, it does a reset with the as the editor is out of sync. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's impossible. And final note. For browser editor, there really is no way the reset can occur. It is primarily a fail safe. Really also the case for VS Code now with the async document, but again, fail safe. Okay, do I click? No, okay. I guess Jasper gets a notification on that one. Okay, because we use a file resync here. Cool. And then like for the let's see, CSP model, we have like reset model when we apply the operation to the model, meaning that something goes wrong when we receive an operation and we try to apply it to Monaco. We do this reset model, and the same goes for when we get a change and we try to apply it to the OT client. We also do this reset. Yeah, it's confusing. It's a lot to keep in your head. Where the hell were we? Oh. Okay, this one should be working again now. We need to finish this. This is what I was supposed to finish this morning. Do I have any meetings? No, we have until 2. Okay. Nice. Okay. Discard changes. Good. Okay, now we're then types, discard changes. Nice. Okay, now we should be back in a good state. So what we're doing here, we're working on mount git folder in Sandbox. And what we are going to add here is this on will dispose. We are going to unmount it. I guess we can do it async. Unmount git folder in Sandbox. So I guess we need root and then unmount folder, and here we would just point to the workspace git path, and we need to add this utility. So mount folder, unmount folder, user target path string, and promise void. Oops, void. Oh, cool. Let's add it here. Well, let's add it here first, because now it's unmount folder, promise resolve, and then here what we need to do is copy this and basically say unmount folder source path. Well, we don't need this. We can just, yeah, I can't remember the command here, but let's figure that out. What was the command for that? Yeah, it's just unmount. Unmount target path. Cool. And here, unmount folder. Cool. This is it. This is the thing we were going to build. Mount git folder, mount and mount git folder. Commit and push. Well, I can say create PR. What? Why was that blocked? That's weird. Mount and unmount git folder on sandboxes. Okay, Yves needs to look at this. Let's just review it quickly. So what we're doing here is we're checking, we're creating paths for the persisted git folder and the workspace git folder. We check if we have the persisted git folder, if we have the workspace git folder, or if we even have the workspace folder. If we don't have the workspace folder, we need to download the sandbox. And if we don't have a persisted git folder, we need to create a git repository in the persisted path. And then we, again, if we don't have a persisted git folder, we don't have a workspace git folder either, which means that we'll mount that git folder in the sandbox, in the workspace. And then we make sure when we dispose, we'll unmount the thing. This is very straightforward stuff. Cool. Nice. We're cleaning up things nicely here today. When applying an operation in it. What were we doing? Oh. No. God damn it. VXTE35. What the hell? Oh, there it is. Oh, here we are. Cool. Let's get back to it. Now we need to pump up the music. We have 1.5 hours to see how far we get with this. I think maybe I need some MJ for this. Or no, I feel, or throwbacks. Yeah. Let's play some throwbacks. Okay, where were we going to start? We were just going to start a refactor. So let's, first we're going to use this as a name of the branch. And then we're going to introduce a new types. sorry, features types. So we will have our dev environment, TS. Export type dev environment. And let's just copy from the thingy we made. Yeah, and I have a tendency to use types and not oh, fudge. Did we delete permission level? Can we find it here? No, can't. God damn it. Do we have permission level here? No, it came from the project. God damn it. Okay, let's just bring it back. Don't show this again. Where was it? Project. Permission level. Yeah, we still need... Okay, sorry. We still need... we should move some of this stuff. Permission level, we need to... So basically we want to remove project. We don't want to remove... Like we still need a DTO. And we need to move this over to dev environment. This will be more correct. Branch, I'm very confident we need to remove. No, I think we need some 80s music. Hits 90s. No, we need 90s. 90s hit. Yes, perfect. Export type. Oh, this is base dev environment, and dev environment equals... Yeah, we all know to the... that's what I like about this stream, is that it... that's the most common feedback I get as well. It's when I say it's like a raw stream, I literally mean raw stream. Like this is exactly what it's like being a developer. You like you're working on something and then something happens, you have to dive into that, and then you go back to this, and yeah. But again, that's what I like about what we're building, is like I never lose context. Like my contexts are in tabs. It's not in my local cloned repo. So I can like work on multiple branches at the same time in the same repo, across repos, don't have to do all the install stuff. Yeah, it's really nice to kind of see that in practice. That's what I mean to say. GitHub dev environment. Dev environment. God damn it. And base dev environment. Cool. So now we have this thing, and yeah, our plan was to visit these files and see how we can use this new type. Yeah, and we'll keep an eye out for Jasper if he has a comment there. Sounds good. Awesome. Maybe good to add this as a comment for future. Yes. Where should we comment that? Sam, thanks for the questions. Let me comment the two methods and what they are used for. Thanks for the questions. This was super helpful. Love. Let's see. Let's just go in and quickly comment these two, because we have close all files. We have in picture client. Where are you, picture client? We have on the file client, we have something called Resync. Resync is used when there is an internal issue with the OT document, which means we can gracefully recover changes made on the server with any pending queued operations from the client. Which means we can gracefully and then we have, so we have we'll get the current content of the document in, sorry, we have this, okay. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, we should put that on the actual document. Resync is used when there is an internal issue with the OT document, which means we can gracefully recover changes made on the server with any pending queued operations from the client. That's what it does. Like, it's so funny, like going through this so many times now. Like yesterday I couldn't explain you this stuff because it's so much complexity, but it's funny how when the dust settles, and then we have reset here. So we should put that up here with the resync. Where are you? Resync. Reset. Instead of we're going, in extreme case, we want to be able to reset the OT client to the server state. We do this when the code editor is not able to apply its operations to the OT document, or it has problems applying server operations to the code editor. There is no good way to recover from this, and it should really never happen. But if it does happen, you can either reset with the current contents of reset. Oh yeah, sorry. But you can reset. If it does happen, we can completely reset the OT client with the current server documents and its revision. Yes. Update comments. Cool. There we go. Okay, I think I'll just yeah. I think I'll just let that one sit through the day. I'll do a test later, like a final test, and then I'll start really pushing for people to accept this, because we need to get this fixed out. Cool. Let's get back to it. So let's start with use for command. Oh, is this just order? Interesting. Okay, so here we're using the branch DTO, which is weird. Why are we using a branch DTO on open? This should not be a branch DTO. Oh, fuck, we have the router. God damn it. I forgot about the router. The route, like, we have so many challenges with routing in Next.js because we're heavily using queries. And there's so much reconciliation happening because of the router that's completely unnecessary. So we actually have 2 layers of abstraction on top of the router. One layer for memoizing it, and then another layer which is more to deal with navigation. But now we need to change this. What is this open thing? Where's this open coming from? Import model? Use import model context. Okay, so this is use fork command. What is it actually using from the result there? So if we just say what's it called? GitHub dev, and oh yeah, sorry, we need, of course, to export both of them, because some of them, yeah. So if we do that instead, where the hell are we? Here we are. Why do I keep writing that wrong? GitHub. Oh, I actually it's here I typed it wrong. It's GitHub dev environment. No wonder I have problems. Okay, so that's perfectly fine. What's interesting about this use for command is that we need to know we have something called use project. Maybe we should actually start there, because that should now be use dev environment. I think we should start there. So let's do that. I'm just checking the by the way, I wrote something I need to bump. Not DevOps, BOps. No, not Tom. What the hell? Who's Tom? Anyways, that's when the company starts getting large. Like going from a startup to becoming a company, it's when you try to @, someone on Slack and you don't know their names. Like, who's that? Okay, the reason I say that we should refactor this first is because like use fork command, we fork differently based on it being a sandbox or GitHub. So let's go and refactor that first. So we have project should now be renamed to dev environment. Oh my god. Project. Can I just search for project and do dev environment, and then we'll do project lowercase and then say dev environment. What happens now? Okay, this is interesting. Like, we need to fix this, but at least we... Okay, so this is how we, like, the architecture of our client is actually very simple, but we went through a journey. So it's basically just hooks. So we have something here, we have something called use feature now, but it's not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be very explicit. So since we're refactoring this now, we should also refactor this stuff. Let's see. It's supposed to be more like this one. So you have like an index file that exports all the hooks of this domain, which is branch management. And that's exactly what we're going to do here as well. We're going to create a hook for... Let's take a look at what it does first. So we have... let's look at the reducer. What does it actually do? So we're grabbing the project. And... Okay, so this is interesting. It's called renaming branch. Which needs to be changed. I'm thinking. So we have things like set GitHub app. My question is, should we have... I'm thinking we should have... How should we consume this? Because it seems to me that we really have two different we have two very different things, like switch branch, seamless, set branch name. Like, this is all related to branches. And we even have like fetching the project here. Which are also different things. But how would we consume it? Like, even though we create two different hooks here, one is called like use Sandbox dev environment, and one is called use how should we separate this? Because we can have a dev environment provider. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. So we have a dev environment provider that can either return a reducer that deals with a GitHub dev environment or a Sandbox dev environment. So you don't really know that when you... But how would we type the dispatcher? Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And I will think on this. Where is it? You mean open a terminal? You go to DevTools, terminals, new terminal. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. Oh, how do I open terminal from iPad? Well, it depends. Are you in a sandbox or in a project? If you're in a project, you do that from below, if I remember correctly. But yeah, you might be just in a sandbox, which currently doesn't have terminals, but yeah, the whole company is in this big process of like changing out how the sandboxes works as well. But it's a longer process. So currently we have version 1 sandboxes, which is the browser bundling. So there is no terminal there. And then we have built a brand new infrastructure with all the bells and whistles. And we're just moving step by step. So version 1 will stick around for quite some time. And we're trying our best to make things clear. Like moving from version 1 to version 2 won't be like one release. It's going to be over time. And it's a challenge in terms of clarity for our users, but we're doing the best we can in that sense. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is okay, so the way I think we should consume this is you should be able to say use dev environment. Use dev environment, and when you do this, we need a way to determine which dev environment is it. And the thing is that this is typically returned as a reducer. So you have like state and dispatch. But now if you like check if state, what do we call it? Provider equals sandbox. The dispatcher is now not typed to being a sandbox. So we need to return how the hell are we going to do this? Because all the side effects well, yeah, okay, no, I know what we can do. I'm just thinking about how, like, we can't mount 2 hooks. Like, we need to mount 1 hook, but we can and consistently like reconcile that same hook. But the point is that we yeah, we're going to make this work. But the most important thing is, what are we going to return from this React provider? Because we can't return the reducer itself. So we need to what should we do here? We could, of course, say we should return state dispatch and then provider. So we would say dev environment, if dev environment provider equals sandbox, we would have dev environment state that is typed correctly and dev environment dispatch, which is typed correctly. And I think we need to have a dispatcher, because there are certain things, like we want to protect the logic here, because like during a rename and stuff, you god damn it, this is more complicated than I thought. So like, oh yeah, we were in the reducer. So one thing is this stuff, but we have renaming. So renaming a branch is quite a complicated procedure. So you shouldn't be able to do any of the other things during that renaming process, arguably. Yeah. So I think we should have a reducer here, because that we're using React states here, or CodeSandbox states, which just protects. So whenever we are renaming a branch, you won't be able to run any of these dispatches. So we don't get into like an icky state. Yeah, this is a bit of a weird one. Like, this has gone through most of the iterations. How are we going to do this? And the thing is that we don't want to change too much either, because there's risk of regression, so which we don't want. Now there's another challenge with this, is that dev environment state, dev environment dispatch, that's also tricky to type internally in the provider. Is there a different way? Like, we could also say dev environment provider, and then you will kind of get state and dispatch equals dev environment. So like, we put the provider property on the thing itself. That's also possible. Yeah, or we can even have like a helper. Is Sandbox dev environment? Dev environment. We can do it like this. Yeah, and we can say is Sandbox and is GitHub. Is Sandbox yeah, that's pretty nice. Let's do that. And of course, is Sandbox comes from where you import a hook from. That means that this provider, and that's the interesting thing. Yeah, so let's change how this works. We are going to say we're still going to have a single hook here. No, sorry, not a single hook, but we're going to have, okay, new directory, use dev environment. And then this is going to have two files, use Sandbox and new file, use GitHub. And what we're going to do is give this an index file. And we're going to copy this stuff here. Yeah, wow, this has quite a bit of code. This is actually the yeah, it needs the router. Okay, but that doesn't matter. We should not use the context here. Wow, god damn it, this is complicated. Let's just copy this over first, because this is basically the okay, let's just copy this. Maybe we should have, yeah, let's change this. So, god damn it, use GitHub, use Sandbox, and then we're going to not do this. We're going to delete this again. Use GitHub, and this is going to have an index file, which is this. It's going to have, well, let's just move the reducer in there. Basically going to move everything in there. Because all of this is actually none of this is actually Sandbox related. And then we're going to add a new index file here. And that is where we're actually going to, oh, index tsx. Oh yeah, sorry. So we're not actually going to create the context here. That's something we're going to do at the end. Where's this now? Okay, something bad happened here now. Oh, I think it's because, did it? I think maybe, oh, god damn it. Yeah, sorry. So this is not going to have a provider or context or anything like that. This is going to be use GitHub. Okay, I think we're going to move this in here. And use feature here is actually use, oh yeah, so we don't need, this is the same, right? And we'll rename this to index test. Okay, so this is everything that happens related to I'm calling it feature. It should be use GitHub. And we should get this stuff from the provider, so we can still call this the provider props. Let's see. Cool, but when we import use GitHub from use GitHub, as we need to call it use GitHub feature, for example. Oh yeah, sorry, this is not okay, we're going to figure this out. This is not where we're going to use it. This is going to be use dev environment. Oh yeah, sorry, because oh god damn it, this gets even worse, because this is of course not use GitHub, this is use dev environment. We'll figure this out, but what we're going to do is export, yeah, sorry, const use dev environment, and that's going to be, yeah, and now we're going to use, let's see, do I have it now? Create context. We're going to use this from, we also, from React, do we have create, do we even have it now in the, sorry, I'm talking like half sentences here. Sandbox, yeah, we need to include, what did we call it? Context. Yeah, CodeSandbox context, because we have this new do I just run install? Is that how it connects it? Let's see what happens. Sorry, this is probably very, very confusing. I'm not really explaining what my intention is here. So we're going to create a provider called dev environment provider, and we're going to pass in a type, which is like Sandbox or GitHub. And then based on that type, we're going to mount the different hooks. And we're going to expose a value on this context, which allows us to determine which one of the, which is the reducer itself, but it's also, it has a property that allows us to evaluate which reducer is it. So that we can like use dev environment all over the code, and then we can call this helper function, is Sandbox, is GitHub, to determine which reducer is it. Is it for a GitHub or a Sandbox environment? And that's how we differentiate through the code base. Did it pop up here now? Import create context from CodeSandbox context. Yeah, so we created a little library called CodeSandbox context, which is basically the context API of React, but we you don't pass like an object here, like the default value of the provider. You rather pass in a hook, and whatever you return here, well, not a hook, but it's a callback. It's the body of the provider. That's what it is. And what you return from this is what is exposed on the provider. And it helps with typing and a ton of stuff. I'll show you. So what we expect to get here is we expect to get some properties. And those properties are basically what GitHub wants. Let's see, but with some additions. This is going to make sense, I think. So props would be, this would be GitHub. Yeah, so this is interesting. This needs to be a type, and we're going to say provider is Sandbox. The initial state will be, well, Sandbox state. And no matter, we need, are we going to, I wonder what we're going to do with the router. God damn it. This is like, how the hell, this is a lot of work. This is way more work than I thought. Okay, but let's not think about the router for now. I think the strategy with the router is to, because it was very involved in the beginning, because the route changes was tied to some transition animations we had, but we decoupled that now. So working with the router, it's like if you're in a GitHub context, the router has a different interface because you want to like change branches and stuff, which acts differently than, and it probably has different queries as well, because now this project editor router actually has an interface for the different queries, and typically they are common, which doesn't make it, god damn it, I have to look at this. Where is the actual type define? Project editor router. So it gives us the URL params, query params. Yeah, so like create, that is part of, that is not something that Sandboxes has. So I think we need different interfaces, which means we need different routers. But funny thing is that some of this is the same. Okay, but we just need to explore that. How are, god damn it. How could, I think we need, like this is going to be a huge ass PR. We need to, how are we going to split this up? The thing is that we're not really changing, we're not changing any logic. That's the good thing about this PR. There's no logical changes. There's only reorganizing and renaming. So we could, and there's no way we can do this in steps. Like everything is affected by this core thing. Yeah, so I don't think we should actually, yeah, so that's the goal of this PR. No logical changes. It's just reorganizing. And that means we need a new router with its own, so it will be, this will not be the project editor router, but the GitHub router. And then we have a different one for Sandbox, where there will be some duplication, but it has like different URL params and everything. So this is okay. We have to reevaluate this because the path we're taking now is that we are extremely explicit about what we have available to us based on the Sandbox and GitHub. So we're kind of allowing a Sandbox and like what was previously called a project and its branch to be its own thing, and then it's more up to us to interpret everything. But we could also squeeze the sandbox and the old project into one new common thing. So we wouldn't have a sandbox dev environment and a GitHub dev environment. It would still just be a dev environment. And then that dev environment would have a type, and then it would have some params related to that type. But the problem with that is that like we're calling completely different APIs for fetching a project as opposed to a sandbox. Just renaming the name of it is a completely different API. So well, of course, we could build a router. Yeah, like we could build a router based on the dev environment. So we have like, we don't call it project editor router, we just call it an editor router. And it would also hold a type, like a provider, I mean. So you would know here if it's like, well, we could even call it, like, since we rename project to dev environment, we could have like a dev environment router. And that would hold which provider is it. And based on that, you would have different URL params, different query params, and different methods for manipulating the router. Yeah. You know, I think actually this should be and dev environment, because we're going to export these. Yeah, it doesn't matter here. You can do it in the code itself. We'll rather do this. Because when we import these directly, we should also include the other stuff. Yeah, so I think okay, so let's keep these separate types. It's very, very explicit, and I like the flexibility it gives. But yeah, it was more the router I was concerned about. But we can deal with the router the same way we deal with this hook. We're basically just giving it information about what it is, and it will change what it exposes. So whenever we use the router, we just have to check, are we in the sandbox or are we on GitHub? And based on that, you will get the correct typing and the correct API to perform that operation. Like there isn't any other way of doing this. Like you can't converge the router into one router, regardless of it being a sandbox or a project in this case. Like they're different queries. There's a different way to emphasize like go to branch, and it changes the URL in a different way. Yeah, no, we have to keep these things separate. Okay, we're going with this strategy. I think it will be the best. where were we? Dev environment. Let's finish this thing. So dev, oh, that was types, sorry. So let's finish this. So the props for this provider, this dev environment provider, is that it's either, or it's GitHub. And we are not going to change the router here, but we are going to change what the initial state can be. And this will be GitHub state. And then it always includes what we now call the project editor router, but we're going to change that. Yeah, we're also going to change like Sandbox state and GitHub state there. And then we have the props here. So the way we get the GitHub state is import state as GitHub state from the use GitHub types. We split it up into types. Yeah, and we would have to do the same for, let's just do null now. And let's just use the project editor router. And yes, so what we're going to do, now we're getting to it. Now the thing is that with this use dev environment, we're going to check if props provider equals Sandbox. Well, let's just do GitHub for now. And I do wonder if we do a switch here instead, props provider. So if the case is GitHub, we're going to do something. If the case is Sandbox, we're going to just return for now. And what we're going to do here, we're basically going to return use GitHub. And we're going to give it what it needs, which is, what was it? The router. So we'll say props.router, and initial state would be props.initial state. And now these are actually the same. The typing is correct. But what we need to do here is that this is not going to, we need to attach a property to the array that's returned here. So that we can identify when we consume a dev environment, which hook are we actually consuming here. So that the typing for the state and the typing for the dispatcher is correct. And we can do this, and then we can say return GitHub. But we are going to add a property to this one. So how would we do this? So it would be type of return type use GitHub. Oh, sorry. Return type of use GitHub, and we're going to add a property to it. We could just reuse provider here. Yeah, I think we're going to change this a little bit. So we're going to just stay with me on this one. GitHub hook would be return type of use GitHub, and oh, sorry. This is not what I want. I'm going to say dev environment is either the return type of use GitHub, where the provider is GitHub, or, so we have to make sure these are together, is the return type of use Sandbox, and the provider is Sandbox, but we don't have that yet, so let's just do this. Now, the problem here is that these don't match, right? So we have to object assign. I think this is okay for TypeScript. I'm not sure. No. This is of course not okay for TypeScript. Oh, type string. There we go. Nice. So this is what we're doing. It's like we're returning a dev environment, which is the reducer coming from this hook, but we're going to add a provider property to it. And then we're going to do the same for the Sandbox, and maybe we can just give some dummy stuff here. And that means when we consume the dev environment, we can check, is the provider GitHub or the Sandbox, and we'll have correct typing on the reducer itself. That's the goal of this. Let's just return null for now. So that we can do this. Well, not null, but we're going to, let's just do a use reducer. Oh yeah. Oh, god damn it. Type state. Like it has an ID at least. Just so we have something that works. Use Sandbox. Let's just finish this, and then we have as Sandbox state from use Sandbox, and then we'll do the same return type of use Sandbox, and then we do the exact same thing here. We'll say Sandbox, and we'll say use Sandbox, and this will be Sandbox. Yeah, this doesn't currently like require anything. We'll fix that later. Yeah, I was kind of hoping this would understand that we hit, oh, sorry, it's just multiple dev environments. Yeah, so this is another thing. Let's just comment this out. I don't think we actually need that. Yeah, nice, because when we have the switch statement now, it's like exhaustive. It understands that, I think. Yeah, it understands that like we're hitting both. So if I were to remove one case, it will start erroring. Well, yeah, because of this one. Yeah, I guess, yeah, sorry, it's not a switch statement. It's our explicit return type. Anyways. But yeah, this is basically it. Like we have these separate hooks, which implements the specific functionality for that provider. And then we have this use dev environment, which loads the correct hook. And the point is, like, this is not really like safe in a general context of React, because we're changing out which hook we are using based on the property. But we're going to make, when we consume this provider, we're going to set a key on it, and that key is the provider. So whenever the provider changes, we'll remount the whole provider. So it's not really a problem. Nice. Oh yeah, I'll soon have a meeting. But what's great now is that we can actually consume this, and we can say export const is sandbox, and what we expect to get in here is a dev environment. Yeah, maybe we can export this down here. Dev environment is dev, so we don't know which dev environment. Dev environment, yeah, and we should actually make these should we just call it dev environment? Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll call this type, and let's export it. Export type sandbox dev environment, and export type GitHub dev environment. And GitHub dev environment. Let's export this one as well. So when we say is sandbox, we can we get a dev environment, but we say dev environment is sandbox dev environment. And what we have to do is just dev environment provider equals sandbox, then it is that thing, and then we do the same for is GitHub GitHub dev environment, and if it's GitHub. Nice. So now we can do that check I showed in the comment, like we'll use the dev environment hook. So yeah, I can actually show it here. So test use dev environment. So when I do this, like we don't know what this is yet. It's just a dev environment. Yeah. But if we do is sam, so when I do test looking at the state, is it possible to do this now? Yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting any. I guess I'm not getting any because it doesn't know. Maybe I can just do state equals. So the point is that it doesn't know if it's sandbox state or GitHub state at the moment. But if we do if is sandbox test, and we now say state, now it knows it's sandbox state. And this is what we want. Now it's the sandbox state, and the dispatcher is also for the sandbox. So this is basically how it's going to be used through the components. We use the dev environment. We can check which one it is by using this utility, and then we get the correct type. And we can even have something called like a match dev environment, which means we can write things like so match dev environment, dev environment, where we say test, and then it would be for sandbox, do this thing, for GitHub, do this thing. That's also possible to do. But yeah, I think this is the best way to achieve it. And now we have all the logic. We haven't touched the logic of GitHub here, which is our goal as well. We're just reorganizing. But we can comment this. We can say we want to be able to use dev environment. Use dev environments in our components. And based on what environment dev environment is provided, that is the hook being used. To check which hook is actually used on the consumer side, utilities below are also exported. This ensures correct typing and isolation of logic. Nice. Now this thing we used, we can put this inside the yeah, it's interesting. Because sometimes these hooks are in a state where we at a higher level know that we won't, there are certain components we won't render when this hook is in a certain state. So for example, when it's initializing, there's tons of stuff we won't render. But what we want to make sure of is that when we consume this hook at a lower level, or like deep inside the component tree, and we know that in this case, we are either ready or renaming a branch, we want a hook that reflects that, reflects that. But we can fix that. We can like we can do this here. Like we can do yeah, so let's bring this back. So we can say well, we can't really do that because we can't explicitly export GitHub because we don't know. What we can do though, we can like create a provider which takes a certain state of GitHub, for example. Like we'll see if we need that because there might be like a big section of the code base or a big section of components that only cares about GitHub, and then we can have a specific provider for that. That's perfectly possible, but in this case we cannot really ensure. Okay, we'll just keep that commented out and we'll see how that affects everything. Okay, I'm going to a session, so I think we're going to stop the stream. But the good thing now is that we at least have a plan of not changing any logic, just reorganizing. And the next steps here now is really to start consuming this dev environment instead of use project. So if we close all files, let's go back to the one that, where is it? Here we are, it was so there's no use project anymore. there is only use dev environment, and then we have to say dev environment and then we have to check if dev environment is GitHub. Can we get that? Dev environment. Dev environment. Well, if not is GitHub, because it can only be 2, let's just return null. What we should get here now is like, oh, it has to return a command, yeah, whatever. Dev environment. So I think maybe this is, oh, I thought this would do the opposite as well. So if it's not GitHub, then it oh, sorry. No, yeah, if it's not GitHub, then the dev environment should really be the GitHub dev environment. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. Because we removed the ready and rename state, like it can also be in fetching an error. Which is what we have to evaluate, how we're going to deal with that. Because we know in this state that we are not in an error or renaming, in a loading state. That's a really tricky thing about React and context, is that you're really out of context most of the time. Yeah, I will reflect a bit on that. But the point is, now we have the correct typing. And this fork thing should really kind of do that check throughout here. Yeah, and I think we need our matcher as well, because now if we do if this, if that, there has to be like some final result. So we should add our matcher quite immediately, actually. Okay, but cool. We need to explore some more, but this was good. This was good. Thanks for following along, by the way, Kelvin. Super nice to get some feedback, and yeah, have a nice day.